Everyone. Good morning, Azur. Good morning, everyone, my friend. Is that the reason started an hour? The stream started an hour ago? No, my friend. Right now. Always right now. Confused while I was hearing the music in Corthus. Yep. Got the stream on in the background, and then I turn on. Spooked a few people like that. Morning, Aurora. Hey Elliot, good morning. Good morning, friends. Can you a little background music a little? If you want, I suppose. I'll turn down the desktop a little bit. Hey Hijinks, good morning. Alright, we are about to do the tanking role quests. Which should be tank role quests. Commence. Hey Zor, I am doing all of the role quests. We did Healer and we did Dragoon yesterday. I'm gonna do Tank and Summoner this morning, and then continue on our way. Morning came by Kyle. What's your favorite so far? Between Healer and Dragoon, Healer was better. Mostly because the story of Giet was pretty cool, and the story of the dwarves being diseased by something called a Shadow Keeper, I think was more interesting than the story of taking down a monster a long time ago. Morning, Donnie. Nope, I'm just starting Dark Knight right now. Oh, and we're not doing Dark Knight job quests until after MSQ. All I'm doing right now is role quests. Job quests will be long in the future. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? Very besides, eh? Rest assured, I have no secret designs. Name's Granson. Bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. Is that right? No. Easy killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norvrond. Yeah, I had it Eden because I wanna know what happened in those raids. No intro. Yep. What's the intro? Let's play the game. No stalling today. Let's go. I got a lot to do. Thought I'd grab your attention. Dickie's the fiend I'm after, one of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. There were hopes that somehow the death of Vothri and the Wardens might have put an end to Dickie, but alas, no. Seems the rules that bind other Sin Eaters don't apply to the virtues. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard all this before. I think Brandon was the one that got the eyes of Nidhogg from the abyss. Morning, Cubic. Morning, Dia. How's everyone doing? Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process. Only to return relatively recently as a Sin Eater, the better to torment be few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. Morning, Bugfoot. Hey, Sits. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dickie with me? Nod. Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are. For my sake, as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me. Put my mind at ease. Okay. Rendezvous with Granson in Lakeland. He looks like he's right outside. Morning, sinners. Yeah, no kidding. That was funny. This guy's got a nice way of talking. MSQ all day, you heard it. That's right. Except, of course, I'm not actually doing the MSQ. I'm baiting you into the stream with MSQ. Meanwhile, taking advantage of your credulity to instead do role quests. There you are. Very good. Sin Eaters we're after were sighted west of the Censor Gate, so we'll need to head through there before we begin our search. It is 5 a.m., Irie. It is indeed. If you happen to have any objections to killing eaters for sport, remember, many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favor putting them out of their misery. Kind of counts. I mean, I do agree that it counts. It's telling part of the story or additional little aspects of the story. But it's funny to say that I baited you in here. Morning, everyone. Billing you my coffee. I'll cover the 20 cents. Morning, Critical. Asmon Tactics. Man, can't argue with the man's results. Maybe I ought to copy him. Yeah, Jackin. Already started. It's 5 a.m. Let's go. We're not here to waste time. We are currently doing tank. Is this reverse Asmon Tactics? Oh my god. The reverse double bait. Good, clean work. This is clearly not your first time. That was actually my first time killing something on Dark Knight. Dark Knight's kind of pog. Let's do this once more, just to confirm it wasn't a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do with less Sin Eaters. Follow me. It shouldn't be much further. Am I swapping to tank main, guys? Where are we going? Up north. Streamer playing the game. You know it. I gotta find out what happens in this MSQ. Wait, what's this doing? Baiting chat with MSQ is despicable, and I'm gonna admonish you. See, that one's cute. I don't mind that one. But that one's like the kind of thing that's put together as an intended copy pasta. The best copy pastas are the unintentional ones, or the ones where at least there's some doubt as to whether it's intentional, you know? Those are the most funny. Hey VNet, good morning. If you swap to tanks, that mean Mirrors never plays? No, that would mean Mirrors plays healer. Either the sinner, we're all sinners. We are all sinners, ladies and gentlemen. Like Paladin the most, fix me. I don't think there's anything wrong with liking Paladin the most. I think it's a sign of a healthy game that different people like different parts of the jobs. People are different. People like different flavors of ice cream. If classes are made well, then people like different kinds of classes. If everyone agrees that one class is bad and the other one is good, those classes are designed poorly. That'll do. You're exactly the sort of man I've been looking for, and thank the gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Main Dancer? Man, I think Dancer is really fun. I think Dancer is is a great example of a really well-designed class where it's designed to be relatively simple and fairly easy to play, and yet still has a lot of fun and, you know, interestingness built into it. That's a great lesson on the fact that you can make a class both easy and fun. It doesn't have to be boring. I like Dancer. The classes I've played a lot are Ass, Dancer, and Dragoon, and I like Dancer. I think it's fun. I like Dragoon more, though. Dancer feels more like fluid and reactive and kind of WoW-like, where you're reacting to procs and what you're going to push is not predictable. I like that. Dragoon is very do it right or do it wrong, which is also fun. Plus it has insane animations that are super cool. So, just to make sure you're still keen on our arrangement, Robin, will you join with me and hunt the dread fiend Dicky, put an end to his accursed existence? I will. Excellent! Then it's settled. Now every hunt begins with an investigation, and ours is no exception. Dicky can be a rather difficult eater to pin down. But before we commence ours, we do well to attend to our respective preparations. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Ladies, if you could, I like to stand between you, right here. This is my spot. Perfect. We like that. This is Robin with some lovely ladies. Look at all these beautiful people. They're even looking at me. I gotta say, This is doing wonders for my self-esteem. Morning, Crip. How you doing, my friend? Is it time for moan spam? No. Not this early in the morning. Not this early in the morning. All set to embark on our great hunt, Robin. Let's be about it. Before you ask, I have no intention of leading us out into the wilds without even an inkling of Dickie's whereabouts. Norvrant may not be a particularly large realm, even before the flood, but it'd take us a dozen lifetimes to discover every nook and cranny. So we'll start by asking around a place I know for a fact Dickie has attacked before. The village of Wright on Pelusia. While I don't have reason to believe you will return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you can be sure they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through. So let's be off then. Let's head to Pelusia. See if we can't find Dickie. Learn what he's got to say. The blue spinning thing doesn't mean anything, right? The red text is just telling me how much gauge I have. This whole sword is just saying how much gauge I have, I believe. The stance is on. Oh, nice. Okay, that's cool. That's good. That's good information. Welcome to Wright. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me, well, never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down Dickie is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Alright, that's good information then. So this shows the duration of my damage buff. What's the little gem below it? I know this bar is the duration of the damage buff from Edge of Shadow, but what's the little gem? If you proc Blackest Night. And that's this, right? When the barrier is completely absorbed, you get a free Edge of Shadow. So that proc is saying if I have a free Edge of Shadow, and it doesn't expire, I can save it and use it during burst to get more Edge of Shadows. Basically, kind of like extra mana, I guess. Okay, alright. Very good. That's a way to pool. You have enough mana for a certain number of three Edge of Shadows, but if you proc a Blackest Night, then you instead could pool for 4. Big fucking damn, right? What am I doing here? Talking to residents of Wright. I see. Alright, that's good. And the number, I believe, is just the duration of the buff. What? What do you want with me? The Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone. Oh gods. Is he here? Why are you talking about him? I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters and... oh no. Gonna play Bioshock on stream? I am gonna play Bioshock on stream, but I'm gonna have to find a day to do it. Google says it's like a 12-hour playthrough, so that's like one stream. I'll need to find a day and be like, okay, this is the day that I'm going to do what Preach wanted me to do and play Bioshock. You don't have to track Darkside being up. Yeah. No, I mean, as long as I'm pushing buttons at all, it should be up. It lasts a long time. But I'll keep the meter on for now. Yo, where's this other guy that I'm supposed to talk to? He's hiding. There he is. Put Bioshock in title. No. When I play Bioshock, I'm going to say Final Fantasy MSQ in the title. That's the best way to bait viewers. Where did you come from? What do you want with me? Dickie, that thrice damned eater that's a spitting image of a Galgant knight? That Dickie? I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, he... Wicked White, if you had seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry. I can't talk about this. Alright. They're all traumatized, Granson. They don't want to speak about the events of that day. They've been traumatized. Preach meant the original 2007 Bioshock, right? The OG version of the game. Yes? Okay. Bioshock. August 21, 2007. I'm old enough. Alright. It's $4. Bioshock Remastered. Is it remastered? Is that the only one I can get? I'm not gonna. Alright, I added to my list. I'll buy it later. So I make sure I buy the right one. Elburo, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. I appreciate the support. I'm grateful. Good morning. Well, learn anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day. What he did to us. There's no moving on from that. Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually. I suppose now is as good a time as any. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. They make a good couple, don't they? It was about a year ago she accepted a commission from this Yulmoran trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright, Dickie'd been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother, who lived next door, and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda, and there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there, in front of me. And the next, she was... Dickie knelt and took the Fangs of Orthus, and then left, leading a host of sin eaters out of Wright. But Melinda... I still couldn't see her as anything but Melinda. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her. Not once in the years we'd been together. For all the times she'd welcomed me home with a bowl of hot stew. All the times she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. Damn. That's rough. I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. Dickie will die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul. An enduring reminder of my vow that I dare never stray from the path. There. All done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, sinner. Does he call everyone sinner to remind himself that we're food to sin eaters? I bet he does. What a cool little thing. That's a spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here, so if you could give me a moment before we resume, I'd be most grateful. Nothing like a bit of emotional damage. Team, stream has been on for 27 minutes and 14 seconds, and we have already had our hearts stepped on. This poor man. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of Dickie. There's one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The Fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore and that the Eater took with him when he left right. Sin Eaters are mindless fiends driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet Dickie took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, or the sinless bastard somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask, the Ilmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Dickie's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Robin. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. Alright. Let's go to Eulmore again. I hate Eulmore. Cannibal Town. And the music is ghoulish. And they always send us... I thought. Am I blind? I'm not seeing it. There he is, behind me. They always send us to the strip club. Still celebrating as if y'all weren't eating meal all this time. To what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Orthus, you say? How very interesting. I'd be glad to tell you everything I know, under the assumption that if you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vobert, a glorious kingdom that fell with the flood, like so many others. He spoke true, from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a Sinister attack during which the fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance the thief might attempt to sell it. They haven't, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mordsook, I'm told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. Alright, let's take your information back to Granson. I managed to mute for that sneeze. Normally I sneeze right in your guys' ears, but that time I managed to mute in time. Feels good. So what did our industrious patron have to say? He thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. ASMR, nobody wants sneezing ASMR. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, it might attract Dickie's attention. Assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. Morning, Elijah. How's Romania this beautiful morning? No you don't, Jockin. No you don't. Alright, back in Mordsook once again. I'll never forget that soggy bread filled with jelly made from a cactus. Just came back last night. Oh, I hope your travel was safe and relaxing. Fine weather we're having today in Mordsook, isn't it? No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Voberite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is a challenge. I say divide and conquer, as before. Oh, I'm back in Mordsook looking for something again. Alright. Let's see what we can find. There's one. A Hume peddler. Yes. Do you have business with me, traveler? Ah, the Vobertite choker. Is that what this fuss is all about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him at the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. Well met, well met. How may I be of service to you? You fell in love with the game? I did indeed, I did. We're gonna play it all. A choker that once belonged to Vobertite royalty, you say? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession, but no, I do not. In all my years here, I've never even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Luckily, I already found out that the girl's husband has it, probably. And we should go see him in the relics where he's scavenging. What news, friend? One tapped my weapon to 21. I can't believe you're still playing Lost Ark, Elijah. The encounters were fun, but the means of accessing the encounters was not. To think it was that easy. You've the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory's correct, then so long as that scavenger has a choker, he's a target for Dickie. Really hope Dickie's not there eating the man as we arrive. That would be tragic. Don't you have a credit card? I do have a credit card, but I managed to avoid damage to it. When I realized that the game was a slot machine, I left. Hey everyone, good morning, good morning. Gambling in this channel. It is funny that as I say stuff about slot machine and leaving, a lot of adds points to everyone that starts gambling. Oh well. We have a bill to ban loot boxes and gambling in games. Funny thing is, I'm not sure I'd agree with that. Seems like kind of a rare occasion in which gamers who are typically fairly liberal are okay with something that's fairly Puritan. I don't think there's anything wrong with gambling. There's lots of gambling games. Mercy. Mercy. I just think they need to be clearly identified. People need to know what they're getting into. Businesses are getting really good at turning their games into online casinos with very sophisticated psychological tactics to make you swipe. Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family. It's targeting kids. Well, see, maybe I'm old, or maybe I'm a good parent, but I think parents can stop their kids from gambling pretty easily. We did not save him. That poor woman lost her husband. He killed him? No, he didn't. He just ascended him forcefully and against his will. Please. Please. You poor man. I will give you what you need. The edge of my sword. And you can dump a lot of stuff. You can dump a lot of damage in off GCDs. Morning, Renackerman. Good morning, all my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful day. This beautiful Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. Some parts of DSR is correct to dance partner at Dark Knight. Catch me swapping dance partners. Why do not have flying unlocked? Because the game hasn't given it to me yet. I'll have flying when the game gives it to me. Jamie missed the fun. There's one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self-conceit in their eyes. Like when Dickie, well. Don't tell me. You saw him? Yes. Wicked white. And he took the choker too? Damn it. Damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. It's just like right. I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. But never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Dickie. Vengeance will be mine. Anyway. Right. Neither the time nor the place. More eaters could be about. Yeah, I just don't see the point in trying to get flying when I'll be leaving these zones behind soon for Endwalker. I don't want to grind out 4 different reputations up to Exalted and complete 6 different quest lines and amass 3 different currencies all for flying that I don't actually need because I'm leaving. Every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her. Besides the stream where I settle down and diligently farm every single flying all over the entirety of this world. Hard work, nose to grindstone, riding around in someone else's car, being taken to all the ether locations. That'll be a good stream. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity that Scavenger didn't. And the wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Sod it. I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. It's true. There never are. There's no good thing to say to someone who's lost someone they love, but it's better to say something anyway. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from our other affairs, Robin. We'll speak again soon. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of that scavenger while you were away. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. Seems he and his mate took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Bober-type treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fae folk who killed or drove mad most of them. Those who survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find. 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. You buy a story boost flying auto unlocks? So what you're telling me is, after completely finishing all of Shadowbringers, I can swipe for flying and not lose anything. That's what I just heard. God, what would Chad do if I did that? Those who survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find. 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2, the fangs of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to a Yulmoran. Either that merchant you met at the Beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. So the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which Dicky attacks Wright, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, Scavenger here in Mordsuk keeps the choker, the Eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping. And when he finally decides to sell it, pardon me, I'm gonna... Oh, sorry. Ooh. I didn't have time to mute that time, I just could turn away from the microphone. You'd lose money for a few minutes of work, I'd be sad for your wallet. I mean, that's all money is. Money has no value whatsoever other than to pay my rent, buy my groceries, and make me happy. Which it mostly can't do. Maybe it'd make me happy to not have to do a few minutes of work. Isn't that the whole point of being a streamer? Meanwhile, the scavenger here in Mortsuk keeps the choker, the eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping. And when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. I'm teasing y'all. I'll probably do flying. Eventually. I think it'd be a fun stream. We'll make a car party. Whatever the biggest mount that people can ride on is, we'll find someone who wants to Uber us around in that, and we'll have a party riding around on the big mount with the most people going to every single current, doing every single quest. That'll be fun. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying that Dickie's been hunting the royal relics. And so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the third one, the Claws of Orthus, I say we should get our hands on it first and use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome and were not like to be treated any better. I've been there before. The fairies like me. In fact, I could have been their king if I wanted. Have you now? And the little devils let you go? I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask after this Vobertite ring. Alright. Let's go to my favorite zone in the entire game. Are you guys ready? Put your headphones on, turn the volume up. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse to attack, though that might be preferable to the Fae, frankly. Still, we're gonna have to deal with them eventually if we're gonna find this ring. After all, the New Mu were part of the Vobertite society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Maybe there's a village of some sort you can guide us to. There is indeed. I remember the village of the New Mu. We did some work for them. Made them feel like good boys and girls once more. Morning, Gigi. Good morning. Wrong zone? No. Not the zone you were maybe thinking of. Yeah. If you were hoping for a certain notable track of this expansion. Something about your demeanor bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? A ring that belonged to the royal family of Vobert, and it was called the Claws of Orthus. But Vobert is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have got to? Oh, hello there. You have questions for me. The Claws of Orthus. It's a ring, you say? The name I've heard before, but I know nothing except that. Oh, wait. Sul-Ul served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they'll have knowledge of this treasure you seek. Alright, I'll tell Granson. Had yourself a conversation or three? Learn anything interesting? Can you start a stream an hour earlier? Would suit my timetable. I actually woke up an hour earlier, but instead of getting up and going for a walk, being productive and useful, I rolled over and went back to sleep. So this Sul-Ul is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they've lived well over a century. Bugger me. Let's go talk to Sulul. I heard something over here. Guys, I believe that'll be the first ether current in a couple of days. Etheranids were getting a little bit hungry. It's time to feed them. Let's go. I think I need some water. I do not know you, yet you seem to know me. The fifth was discovered yesterday. A young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen could be next. Tell me you at least learned something from this one. I studied her remains myself. 'Twas plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That's all I can say for now, but you may rest assured I will ascertain their identity before long. On my honor as court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who have or turn or show signs without hesitation. But these are our kith and kin. Shouldn't we try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Vobert, didn't you vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us, was it not? How many innocents will die before you do what must be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would invite death into this castle. Death is already here. Surely you must see that. I would not let it be whispered that Princess Saldia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Vobertite soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself. Milady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. Am I to gamble with their lives instead? Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high. Yes, exactly. You're the princess. That's what royalty does. You're Brandon, yes? The new recruit. A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend me personally. Lady? Why do the characters sound the same? Because they sound like me, and I sound the same. You heard me. I'll not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand. Make unique voices for all characters. Listen, team, I'm not a voice actor. Lady Soldia, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right, there's no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigations at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come. Now? Lady Soldia. Lady Soldia! Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You'll need it, and more. Hey, are you alright? The way you were holding your head as if racked by a terrible pain. What happened to you just now? I have this power. It makes me see stuff. It's definitely not hallucinations or insanity. It's all real. I promise. Lady Soldia, you saw her with your mind's eye. Then it's as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon. Are Aura extinct? No, they're not extinct. We've seen a few. What do you mean he's like Brandon? Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek? I see. And for this hunt of yours, you've come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I need to know you're capable of facing the eater you seek. There's a spot in a river not far from here in which I used to bathe until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you're the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. And in addition to proving your way and your worth, you'll also clear out my bathtub. As for you, I have questions. It's unfair how Robin looks good in everything. Robin looks good in the tank gear, doesn't he? I like it. Alright, let's go teleport. Yeah, it's just Crypt Lurker. It's just the free stuff they gave me when I boosted this guy. Have you connected the dots between the Orzi and Norvrant? There was a part of the MSQ earlier, I believe when we were underwater, that talked about the fact that much like the people, the lands are analogous. And people in chat were talking about how the continents look similar. Your character looks great. Yeah, Stubble, I agree. Robin's beautiful. A hostile presence. Nobody can look bad in level 80 tank tombstone gear. Well, Robin certainly can't. You care more about Eorzea or Norvrant? No, not really. If Norvrant goes, Eorzea does too. That's the problem. There's no way to care more about Eorzea than Norvrant, because if Norvrant's overwhelmed by light, Eorzea gets fucked too. The beasts are no more then. Good. Good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood. Victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. This curse transforms people into monsters, like how sin eaters can spawn more of their own kind. I'll speak no more of this or other matters until after you have completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, Granson. Robin accepted my terms, and so must you. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge the situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many stubborn children in my life. Exemplary timing, Robin. It was not more than a moment ago that Granson returned, having at last obliged my humble request. Humble request my ass. This one's no better than a Yulmoran aristocrat, so accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Whoa, Granson. Before you continue, and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, maybe you should ask your questions. Fine. Robin said he saw a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Do you know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died a century ago, together with his comrades, in an attempt to halt the flood they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Dickie. Yeah. Unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's hunting down royal treasures of old Obert. And he's killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? What irony. Even in death, he remains a slave to duty. A knight, brave and true. He's a murderer. I won't hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life. Killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll have revenge. Oh, I see. Truly you have suffered a terrible loss. But while your thirst for vengeance is natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Dickie is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm. I could barely wield a sword, and now I have to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. So just tell us where the goddamned ring is and we'll be on our way. You need therapy, my dude. This is how it has to be? Who you have to be? No, I think not. You ask too much. Demand far, far too much. And in exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me, you little shit? Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you. Bro, I'm not gonna let you do that. Back off, Robin. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. This is an unhealthy obsession and it's leading you down a dark path, Granson. Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I'd like to share a story with you, if you'd be so kind as to join me in Lygia. This had better have a point. Alright, Let's go. Oh, we're going back there. All right. Tank is not my last one. We still have Summoner after Tank. Is that why he's a Dark Knight? Yeah, I guess so. You can't go around killing innocent people to get your revenge. They've got families that'll want revenge on you next. Reminds me of Elden Ring's lake area. Come on, man. Can't pull it out at every moment. Gotta save that for something plausible. It needs to be plausible or you won't bait people into talking about how Final Fantasy came first. Therefore, it's not copying. Or Indiana Jones. Yule on. Getting it without flying? No problem, I'll just climb the staircase, it's all fine. Final Fantasy before Indiana Jones. Everyone knows that the order in which things came is the order in which an individual person experienced it. Here we are. We'll do this on normal. I'm not a healer anymore. It's beautiful, even now. A place of forgotten dreams. But before it was Ligia in the time of Vobert, it was Grunus Licht. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight who had only just won his spurs, caught the eye of Princess Saldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. But he was far too inexperienced and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter, he quit Vobert. I thought I'd never see him again. Whoa, poor man, he failed and got fired. But then, one day, he returned. One of several wandering adventurers led by a man named Ardbert, who accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Your German needs work? No, it doesn't. Lady Saldia was overjoyed. For a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often, and grew even closer. And then came the day when we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage Todrick. Oh no! The one who was saying you have to kill people did it. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. Don't need other languages when you live in America. That's pretty true, mostly. It was you, Tadrik. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. And for what? Brandon, Brandon, Brandon. After I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I'll serve Lady Saldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I've killed you and your friends, there will be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for a noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Lord Tadrik, it hurts. Creepy smile. Soon you shall know no more pain. I was gonna make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. Are we already in combat, or do I have a moment? One combo, two, different combo. 3 damage buff, 4 a heal, 5 a kick. Okay, let's kill some monstrosities. This is AoE. Oh, I didn't need to do that. We spinning. You know, our spinning isn't doing the most damage I've ever seen. Whoa, come back here.
Yeet.
Oh, shit. Nice. Yeet. IQ, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Can I kick that? Nope. I can kick that, I bet. Why would I? That is a long cast. Just be AFK there for a moment, okay? I think we should split these up. What do you guys think? Can I hit all 3 of you in this spot? No, he takes 0 damage from it. Now he's spinning. Aardbart, killing everyone. Whoa, pull him into this. Into this. Come on. Come on, Ronda Ray and Nilbert. Do the good stuff. Yeah. Let's go. Beat him up. Big damn. Greetings from Tokyo. Good morning, Draco. Good morning. Nice to see you in the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Meddlesome wretch. This kingdom is by rights mine. Brandon, what is the meaning of this? We killed all your mages. Hope that's okay. Tadric, you. But why? After serving us faithfully for so many years. I am no servant. No servant. Not of your mother or father or you. Zzzt. Oh my god, Brandon, you failed her again! Milady! God damn you. Lady Seldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear brave Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Now and ever after, milady, my sword is yours to command. Uh-oh. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, and for the good of Vobert and her people. Hey, Zistons, good morning. No, 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 I can't. I won't. You must. Honor your vows to your kingdom and to your princess. Holy shit, his hands compared to hers. Pretty sure you just killed her by holding her hand. Yo, she gone and got herself looking mighty hideous. To your friend who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Whoa, chat. Whoa. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. We've rounded up the rest of Todrick's co-conspirators and tossed them into jail. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. Nod. I won't hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Poor guy, man. The tank roll quest is not cheerful. Well, you saw what happened. Yes. Wicked White. She begged him to do it, just like Melinda. Come, let's quit this place and return to Pla Any. None of them are cheerful. The Dragoon one, compared to this, was positively heartwarming. I mean, she meets her friends and they help her kill a big monster. Yay. Man. Died in the end. Everyone does. She didn't have to kill any of her friends. Her decisions did cost her old friends their lives when they attacked the big monster, and that's not great. But compared to this, it's worlds of fun.
Yeet.
Draco, thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day over there in Tokyo. I've never been to Japan. I would love to someday. Do you know why I entered into the royal family service many long years ago? Because when I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaired. For there's nothing in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, and so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, what she'd want for me and her kingdom, for Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. For me. To define oneself in opposition to the other, another bereft of complexity,
Yeet.
of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there is comfort and certainty in hatred, but it is a false and fleeting comfort, bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are and what we must be, what we must do. Never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Yo, this fairy is spitting some wisdom right now. Don't you see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves nor what it cuts. I think I need a moment. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Robin. Xenot, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. I'm very grateful, my friends. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Welcome. Hanson, I've given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here, and where it invariably leads all who walk it. I didn't know what to do after I lost Melinda, how to mourn her, or how to live. I felt that if I put it all on Dickie, put my everything into the hunt, at least I wouldn't have to think about myself or what comes next. This is the kind of self-awareness that you usually need therapy, or at least a good friend to come to. But I guess that's what our girl here has been doing. I wanted to hollow myself out and fill that hole with hate. Forget who I was. Irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago too, isn't it? Hard men making hard choices. What rot. You're right. I don't need the hate. Never did. I'll finish it for Melinda and for Brandon, and then I'll move on. Move on, you say? I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. And the more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow? Pity? Curse not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Yeah, something like that. Reckon Robin would agree, and Melinda, if she were her, would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, eh? Apologies for treating you with such disrespect before, Sulul. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me this whole time, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what I know of the Claws of Orthus. The ring, together with a bracelet and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Saldia was the last of her line, and after her death, they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. But a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes of Orthus? Yes. The relics were concealed with magical wards. I can only assume that when they were spirited away, Dickie was able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinctive loyalty to his princess? Yes, I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken, and the 3rd still. Claim the Claws of Orthus, and he will surely come for you. Yes. Questline is like therapy. It is. We meet a man who suffered immense trauma and is lost in rage and vengeance, and this questline is his therapy. Tim Goose is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade, and you'll see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Sulul. I promise we will bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. And may you find peace as well, child. All right. Robin's not a sinner. Of course he is. Why else would sin eaters be trying to get him? How are the role quests? They're okay. I enjoy how they give little supplemental bits of lore. It's quite nice. Some of them are obviously better than others. Some of the old Warriors of Darkness are more interesting than others, and some of the partners we gain are more interesting than others. Favorite so far? I really enjoyed the Healer One story. I thought Giet's story was very good, and I really liked. I liked Giet, and I thought Lamet's story was good. I think the Dragoon one was the least interesting so far because I didn't like Alfie Light, and I also didn't really find the story of what's her face that interesting. Rhonda Ray, that was her name. Giet's was good. Giet was a good character. I liked her. This one's one we left for last. Yep, I'm gonna have to go buy some gear, and then we'll do the summoner one after this one's over. toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth as twinkling motes of light, a coffer begins to take shape. I think it's the glittery one. This must be the claws of Orthus. All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. Right here. Or we could deal with it right here and now. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hey there, old man. I don't know you, and you don't know me, but I know your story. I know this isn't you, and I know that if Lady Saldia were here, she'd say the same thing. It'll all be over soon. I promise you. Gonna explode or something? Those blow up kind of fast. Oh shit! Where was the safe spot? Here we go again. I think it's okay to skip a cutscene for the second attempt. Deleted, yeah, erased. Watch it. Maybe I should watch the VOD and see where the safe spot was for that thing. But I'll probably see it this time. that is. Oh, it's my shadow. Damn, that's pretty cool. Oh, really? Really? Man, you're almost dead. Is my friend gonna die? We did it. He's alive. Unmend? What's unmend? Did you do Dark Knight job quests? No. All I've done on Dark Knight is the role quest. Damn, Eater. Let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. A ranged attack? Damn, that'd have been nice to have bound. I must have ignored it when I was putting stuff on my bars. Finally. Are you watching, Melinda? Robin looks badass in plate. It's true. Robin does look badass in plate. Now and ever after, my lady Saldia. My sword is yours to command. Brandon. He's still in there? I won't hesitate it again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her. But that'd make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh, my lady Saldia. He's gone. We've put him to rest. That's 3 down, 1 to go. And And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now we've just got to find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumbles upon them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight. Am I right? Maybe Sul Ul will have some ideas. Let's head back to Plaina. Is it Great Abyss in Ishgard? Oh no. He already knows how to get that. Unmend. 20-yard range. I'll put that there. Same place I put Piercing Talon. Now I'll have something to push. That was a pretty cool little trial thingy. I think maybe that one was my favorite one of the 3 role quests so far. How do you feel about Dark Knight as a job? Dark Knight has like some insane potency built into its hits. Kind of wild. I have no doubt that you can unload a huge amount of damage in the opener. Is it fun to play? It was alright. A 1-2-3 combo with a lot of weaves. And gauge spender 4. Pretty good. I mean, I've played it for, what, an hour now? And killed 4 or 5 monsters. I'm not an expert on it, yeah? But it seemed pretty cool. So I card them? I don't card them. I don't play with a Dark Knight. It's done. Brandon's been laid to rest. You saw us when he arrived. Do you really have to ask? Should card them instead of scrape? If you point to the Dark Knight in my team, that I can card instead of scrape. I suppose not. My dear friend, I pray you found peace. What of you, grandson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last? I suppose so, though to be honest, it felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought. Because you finally saw him for what he was and accepted that truth into your heart. The battle was but an afterthought. Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. Hey Netro, can you believe these guys poking fun at our DSR comp when we've been making fantastic progress, clearly on track for a kill. By the way, I brought you some gifts. The 3 royal relics of Vobert. Then Brandon was safeguarding with the bracelet and the choker. Dark Knight is meta. Sure, I'm not gonna argue with you guys about meta, but how many of y'all are gonna sit there and claim that meta matters particularly much in this game? Meta is almost too strong of a word for this game's meta, suggesting as it does that other things are less than optimal. It's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Saldia and her knight would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course. That their souls may sleep soundly forevermore, we shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Now that that's settled, I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak with you back at the usual spot in the Crystarium. Be well, Soul Ul. You haven't had the joy of carding a Dark Knight? What joy? I put the card on the Dark Knight. That's all. That's it. It's over. Unless you're hinting that by using some kind of a third-party tool, you take a look at the amount of damage they're doing and feel a glow of pride. I know that you're not suggesting that, though. I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. Few can find the strength to overcome such terrible tragedy, but he did. As have you, on no few occasions, I am sure. How would you know what the third-party tool does? How would you know what it doesn't do? It's been a pleasure, Robin. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. Alright. Number 3 is completed. I think that one felt like it was a little bit shorter than the other ones. Or I could be making it up. I think that one had a reasonably good character in Granson. A reasonably interesting story about the Warrior of Darkness. And a really, really good end... I don't know what to call it. End scenario. And... I'll call it a scenario. I thought it was quite good. The best of the 3 so far. I still think the healer one was a better overall story. I enjoyed our friend Giet more than Granson, and I enjoyed the story of Lamet more than the story of Brandon. But the ending scenario for the Dark Knight was better. Well met, Sinner. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only of Dickie and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my personal affairs I didn't realize I was only pushing others away. Glynard was the only one who saw through the facade. He's a perceptive one, took one look at me when I got back and broke into a smile. But enough about him. I've yet to thank you properly, Robin. I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. What's next for you, Sinner? I'm actually going to talk to him. Good question. Can't say I feel at home here or in Riot or anywhere else, so I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most, and there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Nodding muscle sore, he earned it. He's earned some words. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folk in need fits the bill. Hell, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So, let's not call it goodbye. Let's just say until the next hunt. There it is. Wheresoever you go, may you find shade, Sinner. That was a good one. He found peace, our boy Granson. Got his vengeance without letting it consume him. What? I'm confused. Okay. That was weird, man. One of the few bugs I've ever seen in this game. All right. We have 510, 530, 530, 530, 530. Oh, 50. Hold on. Let me make a list of what I'm buying. Boots. Ring. Bracelet. And that's it. That's it. No weapon? I have a weapon. It's 510. It's fine. Where is the auction house? Mailbox. Airs. North? I don't see it. You're next to it. North from you. Is it not on the map? Or am I blind? Market board, okay. There it is. Kasei was about to show me where to. Alright, I need boots, ring, and bracelet. I don't have any poetics. How do I... How do I use this? Maybe this? Feet for a summoner. Just by the exarchic shoe of casting, is that good? I think this is fine, right? Okay. Now I need a ring. I'll just take the exarchic ring of casting. And I need a bracelet. Scammed. I'm not spending my gil, so who cares? And then, is it automatically in my bags, or do I need to go to a mailbox to get it? I guess it's already in my bags. Yep. Easy. That's a lot better than item level 300. Alright. Let's go do the summoner questline. The shoes are useless? No? They're approximately 450 item levels better than the shoes I had. I don't think they're useless at all. I think you made that up. Let me guess. You're standing in front of Sarek, bounty hunter non-Paril, because you've had a mind to aid me in felling the dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? You have the right of it. Willing to throw caution to the wind and strike off to do battle with a nigh indomitable foe, eh? I've got a feeling the two of us will get along just fine. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has ever seen, formed from the remains of one of those gods-damned warriors of light. There are 4 of them all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century if the tales are true. People have come to call them the cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmagus Nilebert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion. That's where you come in. Provided you can prove to me that you possess the rather specialized set of skills I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Amarang. I mean to set off for there shortly. Alright guys, this is the last role quest. Let's go see what happened to the mage of Ardbert's team. Man, maybe it's faster to stay here and take the bird. Maybe not, though. Yep, this is the last one. This is the last role quest. And then it's time for whatever comes after that. I'm not actually sure. Maybe a patch? Maybe it's time for MSQings? Where's a ranged roll quest? I did that one already as a Dragoon. Piercing Talon spec is ranged, don't you know? .3. Okay, so I have to go to 5.3. So that's several patches. So it's this into MSQ. According to the itinerary, Leaf is plotted out. We expect a tier list of the roll quests. I don't do tier lists, man, but I have talked a little bit about them so far. Just about what was good and bad about each. Hey, Persea. I see your cactus. I'm probably not going to do the thing you want me to do, guys. You want me to split Eden up. That's probably not what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to wait until the end and then do all Eden at once. I like doing things all at once. Same reason I'm doing all of the role quests at once. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Prove to me you've the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. I need my pet. Man, I need a weak aura that tells me when my pet's not summoned. How will I know to keep my pet out without a weak aura? I can love weak auras. I heckin' love not using my brain and just having a weak aura tell me what to do. It's when you fail to Bahamut. A hostile presence. Psst. Holy shit. I kinda like these animations. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems I found myself a formidable ally. Small pets. A long time ago, someone told me to turn pets small so they didn't occlude my screen when I was playing the game. If I turn them big on Summoner, they'll be big all the time, right? I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis and we'll split the bounty down the middle. What do you say? Someone type the command to make them big and I'll make them big for the Summoner quests. That's the spirit. There's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Mord Sook, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. Type whatever I can type and copy paste into my chat, and then I'll do it. Pet size, all large. Okay, now stop typing because it keeps trying to copy too much. Perfect. Thank you, chat. Pet size, all large. I typed it. You heard it. You heard it. Press enter. Next time, Bahamut will be big. Except that right now, it's Phoenix instead. Welcome to Mord Sook, friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trade post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers. Hence the bounty, you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next, yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale speak of the great horrors they witnessed. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. Yet there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the other, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have been all but futile, as Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there were a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. That's why I need your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the hollows, it's you. Nod. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all the information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be easy. There you are, and your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sin Eater from afar so that we can observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin here from the merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it on Phronesis' trail, I mean to gauge just how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiend so as not to be sucked up into the void. Shed no tears for the little fellow friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success. And yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted nasty-looking sand-skinned Sibili lurking about to the east of here, and I do believe one of their tendons should serve well to put some spring back in the little fellow's step. Snag one for me, and I'll see to the repairs. You want me to go murder something and loot its tendon? Who's healing me? No, seriously, who's healing me? What the fuck? What's more damage, team? Using my summons or just pushing Phoenix again? Probably pushing Phoenix, right? Because then I can push Ace Astral Flow and do big damn. Although I don't even know if the Phoenix's Astral Flow does big damn. After Everlasting Flight? Phoenix. Summons then Phoenix. Everything. Bahamut, Phoenix, Titan, Garuda, Ifrit. Titan's bigger than Ifrit? Well, fuck that then. I don't want to cast those long casts anyway. Whoa. Whoa! Big fiery bird. Holy fuck. It's dead. Damn, that was cool. Yep, Grandpa Louis Swa. I'm so glad that we did coils. And it just cycles. The next one will be Bahamut. On the cooldown of your button, which is 1 minute minus your skill speed or whatever, it just cycles, I guess. Any luck finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Costs me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim that bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. Here is the tendon. Perfect. Yeah, I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin snap drive belt. I'll fetch the toolbox and get started straight away. In the meantime, why don't you scout us a suitable lookout point? Phronesis was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground out of sight from the main thoroughfare. Phoenix's astral flow is heal. So my F button in Kindle, I push for both Phoenix and Bahamut. My F, I push for Bahamut and then find a good heal target. A good heal target for Phoenix. I just swapped them then. If in Kindle's the real big hit, then that's the one I want to push guaranteed every time for both. And then Astral Flow is big damn for Bahamut, but a big heal for Phoenix. Alright, that is good to know. That's good utility. Give it to yourself? Of course, give it to myself. What do you think I'm gonna do? Heal Roger? Astral Flow is used for other summons as well. Oh, I see. So I'll probably swap them back later, but maybe not. We'll see. The Roger run in circles, man, it would be great to play Summoner with Roger and just run in circles with him. Wouldn't that be great? Run in circles around his circles. Broom when he brooms. It's insane that a caster is this mobile. Ho there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back in tip-top shape. Huh. That's a very long arm. Since it appears you found us the perfect lookout spot, why don't we get down to work? I'll kindle us a fire. We might be here for a while. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. Look closely now and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own two eyes. He's casting a hollow. We mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Phronesis sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before it has a chance to investigate the hollows. He seems to like his creation. Wait. 4 casts and 2 melees. Summoner has 2 melees? What are Summoner's melee attacks? There he goes. I'll send the mannequin and trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. At 90? Ifrit. The summoner has. Do you have to go get in melee range, or does your pet do it? You do. Wow, fancy. Holy shit. What a weird spec. Just as I expected, gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. I know Red Mage is a melee caster hybrid. I didn't know Summoner had any. Now it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe. Mind you, take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up the spine. Let me out. It's so dark in here. There's a boy in there? Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. A voice, you say, from inside the hollow. But that's impossible. I think it's a little weird that Red Mage has the party-wide mitigation. I feel like they should give that to Black Mage, maybe. Red Mage already feels borderline mandatory because of the reses for progression. Is anyone out there? Please help me. Help me get out of here. Is that a voice? Is someone out there? If you can hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything. No road. No trees. Not even an ether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place? Black mages would be mad. Alright, give it to summoners then. I'm just saying there's too much stacked on Red Mage right now, you know what I mean? This voice. What in God's name is it saying? The voice of a boy, you say. Claims he's lost inside with no ether current to follow. Sounds like he's adrift in the flow. Not unlike what would happen if an aetherite to which you were teleporting was destroyed mid-journey. Wait a minute. What if there were a way you could channel your ether into the void? Wouldn't that allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course. Not that I know how we'd do that. You reckon you could do that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. Trying to save a poor boy in there. Wicked White. I knew you were no ordinary sinner, but even still you find ways to surprise me. Summoner's group regen. It does, but that's just going to happen whenever it happens for DPS and probably pretty rarely be worthwhile or useful. Right. Although I guess fairly often, 2 minutes line up with incoming damage as well these days. Like P4S. That'd be pretty good then. Where am I? I'll be damned. There was a child inside. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let's carry him back to Mord so we can find him a warm bed and some nourishment. Play Spell Speed Summoner? Spell Speed Summoner? I guess since your cycles are a GCV affected by skill speed, then by pushing this down, you would have faster cycles, and the theory would be you would get an extra Bahamut over the course of a fight because of that. But the cost would be you would desync your damage from raid cooldowns. Interesting. It would depend on fight length, obviously, whether that was worthwhile. Very interesting. It desyncs, yeah, of course. You would give up syncing with buffs in order to gain additional burst cycles yourself. It would depend on whether the damage from 1 or 2 extra Bahamuts is worth more than the damage you get from bursting inside of raid cooldowns. The boy's resting now. He's weak but not wounded, at least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other side of the hollows? Can they also be returned to our world alive? There's much we must ask him when he awakes. On another subject, this might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? I'm a great father. You don't say. In that case, he's all yours. I'm Justin, friend. I can't tie you down here forever. Worry not, I'll manage somehow. I suppose the first order of the day should be to get some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale after all. Methinks I'll go hunting for some meat. Or perhaps I should take him to a doctor first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment inscrutable to the eye. Or maybe I should... Damn it all, I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Poor guy's not a dad. There you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake and seems no worse for the wear. Physically speaking, at least. There's just one rub, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from, or how he managed to get swallowed up in the void. In fact, other than his own name, Tainer, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you. Eats my half-assed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint, but I reckon he's hurting inside badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. Nod, I agree with that. I suggested you go for a stroll around Mordsuk in the hopes the sights might help jog his memory. Can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? Okay. Where are you, kiddo? Don't tell me you're the one who rescued me from the flow, aren't you? I feel from you the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the ether. Well, I'll be damned. The boy's a sharp one. And that's not the least of it. The carer who examined him said they could feel great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Tainer here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from. Only the darkness. No need for apologies, boys. You did well just to make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe this is what roused me from my slumber. If the Hollows truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another, or from another to ours. That's not possible, is it? Of course not. No one can travel between stars. That's what I thought. Fair enough. Then again, traveling between worlds isn't exactly my area of expertise. Ah well. No sense racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do, namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that? For me? But the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. It's no burden at all. Besides, if we can figure out just who you are and where you came from, it might lead us to the answers we seek. Now let's consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world with not a soul to care for or look after. And yet that seems unlikely. The mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, it stands to reason someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, whether you're of their blood or simply received their tutelage, I cannot say. But either way, I'm certain they're worried sick about you. If that truly is so, I would very much like to meet this person too. That settles it then. Let's get down to business. I took the liberty of inquiring around Mordsuk and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Tainer's description. Which means we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town whose travels often take him far afield. Let's have a talk with him, see if he's heard any helpful rumors. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Holly. Savvy merchant. Rumors of a missing boy. Funny that you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Mordsuk, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There I met an ailing mage. As the carers told it, he'd been ambushed by a sin-eater and was separated from his child in the battle. Bloody hells. Could it be? If the sin-eater that attacked the poor man was Phronesis, that could explain everything. This man you speak of, he could be my father? We've got to go to him now. Agreed. I only hope the man is, well, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let's make for the inn and see what the carers there can tell us. No, we're going back to the clinic. Oh no. Alric, how are you feeling, buddy? Not that good, huh? Oh there, I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. Fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question's already been found. This is him, right here. What? So it wasn't my father after all. This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family? Just so. We heard a man here was looking for his son. We just hoped. Alas, it seems it wasn't meant to be. But there are many people here, yes? Maybe I can ask around. See if any of the others are my family. Of course, but many of the people here are very ill, and in many cases, considerable pain. It's not a place for a young child to walk around unattended. Indeed, it's not. Guess that means either myself or Robin here should accompany him. Robin? I'll go with him. The walk might help me take my mind off things. Not a bad idea if the lad doesn't mind. I reckon Tanner would rather be with someone his own age. Nod. Now they're friends. Taking his mind off things. Speaking of which, how's the boy's father holding up? I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He's a man no longer. Back at the euthanasia clinic. This child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. It was some small solace to learn he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself. I see. Reckon we should find someone to look after Tanner as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family, but we have no other leads and a deadly sin eater still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead, or worse, than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch over after Tanner for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way. Very well, but we must see that he is safe. That goes without saying. Let's have a talk with the proprietor of the Wandering Stairs. He's a kindly enough chap and knows damn near everyone in these parts. With any luck, he can direct us to a willing and able guardian. Do we not think that the boy has some connection to the warrior of darkness we're chasing? Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's the best we can do for the boy given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry, it's my decision, and I intend to take responsibility for it. Is the reason he's walking around summoning hollows is because he's trying to get his son back or something? We happen to know that travel between worlds or involving the rift can also involve travel between times. Bad news, friend. It seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts, and Tanner's up and run away. Oh, I guess they weren't friends. Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come from one of the hollows. The other boy put two and two together and figured he'd been attacked by a sin eater. And then I said my dad was attacked by a sin eater, and he turned into one himself. So I asked, what if you turn into a sin eater too? Tanner's face went all white. He kept saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" over and over again. I just couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him. "Shut up! Just shut up! I bet you're turning into a sin eater already." Holy moly, kiddo. Why did we think this was a good idea? Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing? Don't be hard on yourself, lad. Both of you have had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tanner before he comes to harm. Let's split up. I'll search the west, you take the east, and be careful out there. Yeah. You've had a rough day, it's true. I was hard on him, though. I see some scorpions. Big damn. When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see you've everything under control. Are you okay, lad? Yeah, Akmorn is a really cool spell to actually have as a caster. Psst. Forgive me. I don't deserve this kindness. I was so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories, and then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me? That's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me so much. You suffered no direct wounds. You're in no more danger of turning into a sin eater than Robin. Or me. Was that supposed to be a joke if I was doing this quest in the middle? Is that so? That's good to hear. But I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father. Funny thing that he was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad, and you've been through more than any man should. There's no need to be ashamed about your feelings. There's so much I don't understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Why must it be this way? If only I could remember something, anything. I'm sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone. There it is. If you can't remember, I'll remember for you, kid. Morning, Moon. Now it's your turn, Tainer. Do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure. Your command of magic is the equal of mine own. If I can succeed, there's no reason you cannot. Free your mind of worry and focus. Thank you, Nilebert. I'll try my best. Holy shit. I didn't... Okay, alright. So you were friends with him. 100 years ago and longer. Rewatched? I thought maybe he was Nilbert's son. I didn't know they'd be friends. But there had to be a reason why he was in this hollow and why Nilbert was summoning hollows all over the desert. Wicked White. Are you alright, Robin? Kid, you're over a century old. I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hung low in shame. Then Albert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. Hey, Rodrigo, what the fuck? Nalbert. Why does the name sound so familiar? I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this God's forsaken place. Let's head back to the inn, see if we can't get to the bottom of this. So you're another black mage in training, just like Nilebert. But he did something to you while you were still a boy. Maybe an accident or something. And now he's wandering around as a sin eater trying to get you out. Painter, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Hey Tance, good morning. Forgive me for reacting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. That's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore. I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit. I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend. They did become friends after their shenanigans at the euthanasia clinic. That's a heck of a meet cute. I knew you two would work things out. Let us return to Mordsuk. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. Roll quest. This is the Summoner roll quest, and it is the last one. Wretch. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden. When you came to, a portion of Tanner's memories had returned. What in the world happened out there? The power to look into the past, eh? You're certain that what Robin described matches up with your recollection of the past? Nod. I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend Nilebert that was with you that day, he's no ordinary boy. He's none other than the very man who became Phronesis, one of those goddamned warriors of light. If he was just a young child in your memories, that means that what you saw took place over 100 years ago. I wish it were just a coincidence, another boy with the same name, but no. Judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. Also, the connection with Sin Eater today. On the way back, I managed to remember some more about Nilebert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a way to open a hole to another world, and were recruiting young children with magical aptitude for the task. Nilebert and myself were the two they chose. You can't be serious. But that would explain the Sin Eater's ability to summon those damned hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Nilebert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But what I don't understand is why haven't you aged at all? I can't say for sure, and yet my memories, they're slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to find a way to close the hollows. You'd be a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering after all. In the meantime, don't worry. Robin and I will see to it that you're safe. Robin's like, what, me? I thought Tanner was just a victim of the Sin Eater. To think he was actually friends with the man himself, back when he was still a man. This can't be a simple coincidence. I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he's figured matters out. Nod. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead, while waiting for the rest of Tainer's memories to come back to him. That is to say, if it's okay with you, lad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you've a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this. No more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band, and as long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, Robin? Nod. I see. Thank you, Sarag. Thank you, Robin. I'll aid your quest in whatever way I can. Now that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. You know, it occurs to me that since you summon Titan, right? And then it's done and over and you can't summon him again until your next cycle, they could just merge the Gemshine button into these three and get rid of one of these excessive buttons the summoner has. You could summon Titan and then push the same button 4 more times. And then summon Ifrit and push the same button 2 more times. You don't need this whole extra button to push. You could just put it in the summons button itself. This is some bloat is what this is. I don't know about this. I might have to complain to Square. Good news, friend. Tanner here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad. What is it? As time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Albert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leader sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Albert and I were chosen to participate in the research. Summoning great beasts from beyond our world. You're a mage, Robin. Is that even possible? It is. Voidsent? Never heard of them. But I'll take that answer as a yes. Mages come up with the damnedest ideas, eh? But I don't understand. Why ever would they use 2 young boys for such a dangerous experiment? The beasts our masters sought to summon reside in the planes most distant from our own. Reaching across such a great distance requires a tremendous store of innate ethereal power. And so our masters set about to breed the perfect mage. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another in hopes they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. A breeding program. Finally, they succeeded. And so you were born in Nilbert. The Kwisatz Haderach. True. Indeed. From even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night for what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. There I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void, until Robin called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day. That's the one thing I still don't understand. If so many years have truly passed, why is it that you haven't aged even a whit? I can't say for certain, but I remember the words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. If it's true that the rift exists outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket could correspond to months, years, or even decades in our world. So you've returned to us just as you were that day, while over a century passed for the rest of us. Why didn't Albert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void where you were trapped? I fear that would be close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison. So in losing you, not only did Nalbert lose his friend, he lost his only chance at saving you. Talk about being dealt a rough hand. Frown. Fear not. I have good news to share as well. I believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the hollows Phronesis enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall I give it a try? Maybe if we show you to Phronesis, he'll stop making the hollows, because maybe he was making them trying to save his old friend. Now that's music to my ears. But let's not be too hasty. After all, the last time we tried to use this magic, there were some complications, to say the least. Yeah. We must take the necessary precautions before confronting Phronesis in earnest. Let's meet outside the village where Tainer can test out his magic safe from harm. Is there any way to keep someone safe from being sucked up by his magical creation of void? I'm not sure there is. Arm's length, very nice. Cast. A rope. Don't be ridiculous, ropes are useless. Is that the WoW pre-order mount? I don't get this joke. I don't know anything about WoW mounts anyway. Duty calls, commence battle. Where's the mount from? It's from streaming Final Fantasy for long enough that someone gives it to me. Wicked White, you did it, lad. You know, I have background music like this? Actually, yes. Someone made a lo-fi mix of all the Shadowland zones. It's not bad if you like lo-fi. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I'll need further training before I can face... behind us. Phronesis, where in the hells did that bastard come from? Well, there's another hollows. Damn it all, I'm too close. I can feel it pulling me in. Have you tried running? No, Nilbert. These are my friends. You mustn't hurt them. This isn't good. The cave-in's completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no recourse but to press on without our companions. You heard her? What'll it be? I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead. Spare me your japes. You've no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions, a promise I mean to keep. I told you that splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Renda Ray were here, this second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Second-rate, ooh. Now, Silva. Let's not forget who our true foe is here. Lamet. You're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease. Nod. This must be before Lamet cured her brethren and sistren of the Stoneblight. According to the miners, the beast was first sighted on the same day the tremors began, its very presence sucking the mountain dry of its ether. We dwarves know these caves as well as we know our own bodies. Trust me. Then I suppose we'd best make short work of it before everything comes crushing down. Where do you think you're going? My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You've uncommon confidence to think you can fell a beast without aid. Answer me this. Why are you so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? The bounty? Why indeed? At any rate, unless you've a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on. Yes? Finally, something we can agree on, and so I have a proposal. What say we band together until the battle here is won? The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let's vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Fine. Until the battle is won. After that, I go my own way. Nod. Meanwhile, Nilbert is attacking at those hollows. Okay. I'm Nilbert. I can push fire, or I can push ice, and it's cheaper. Or I can push lightning, and it's a dot. Okay. Or I can do AoE fire. What? Wait, what? Oh, but it costs 10,000 mana. Holy fuck. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna push AoE fire. I can't. Here goes. Pew! Whoa, I just got all my mana back. It doesn't cost 10,000. cool looking button though. And how much mana does ice generate? Half? That's weird. I have a bad feeling about this. Alright, I think I've got it. We really should have asked for a map. Not that it had been much use after these cave-ins. Pew pew. Druidon, which I thought was a kind of a dinosaur. Whoa! Hey! Nalbert needs your help! I got covered. Let's go! No dotting. That's true, I could dot, couldn't I? I've kind of been ignoring the dots. 200 plus a dot for 40. Perhaps it would have been more a struggle than I expected. I was saved by my new compatriots, despite having believed I could do this by myself. Isn't that insane? That's him. He's the one drinking the mind's ether. Let's put this oversized bowl to rest. $2,000 Mina swipe. Oh, that's such good timing. Yeah, it didn't actually hit them. I thought it would. I thought it was going to be... Wait, I'm getting hit by stuff. I don't even know what's hitting me. I was looking at chat. Must have been those orange circles. I literally had no idea. But now I know. We have a limit break, guys. Wait, maybe I should push it. Maybe not. Will that hit him? Meteors! Maybe I should hide. Does this make you excited to try Black Mage? I mean, I don't take any of the play as X as a good indication of how much fun they are to play. But also, no. Did it. Now you know Scribe plays Black Mage. Surely that's not exactly how it plays. I just sat there and casted the whole friggin' time. We've done it. Now to find ourselves a way out. The tremors continue. But why? The fiend has been vanquished and its ether returned to the mountains. We were wrong. It was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. Ah, yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of ether, accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature drawn here by the stone, as was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along? The stone has been left unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of ether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming, it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. For how many years have I searched for it? This precious relic that could afford me the power needed to save my friend. You mean to take the stone from this place? But then, what would happen to the mountain? If the ether is not returned to the earth, it's only a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners who live at the foot of the mountain. Countless lives would be lost. There's no time. What can we do? Guys, if this isn't just a little tiny small scale encapsulation of the exact same dilemma Emmett himself faced. Ainer, my friend. Damn it. Tremors have stopped. Ainer, please forgive me. I promise you, as long as I walk this earth, I will never, never give up hope. But he couldn't doom countless people to death in order to save one friend. He made the right choice. He did. He made the right choice. If only I had known this before Emmett started yelling at us about not being worthy of saving, we could have used this as an example. The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return of your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us. Let us join you in your search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as a sort who just might enjoy it. He just gave up hope of his friend in order to do the right thing, and you're like, you want a job though? What say you? We'll travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encounter along the way. And who knows? Before you know it, we just might stumble on a way to rescue your Tainer. I would like that very much. This is a pretty colored rock. I like that one. Is she happy? I can't tell. Her eyes are angry, but her mouth is smiling. Tainer, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I'll find a way to bring you back. But today I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now, I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me. Robin, are you alright? We understand now why this Sin Eater possessing the corpse. Bernices is long gone. I launched a few arrows in its direction while it was distracted by Tainer's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm just glad you're awake and on your feet again. Come now, let's hurry back to Mortsuk before the bastard has a change of heart and comes back for us. Alright. Was that night music? Because I liked it better than the day music. Need more water? Yeah, I'll drink a little more water. Half a bottle, there we go. You really gave us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly sin eater in plain sight. Let me guess. You had another one of your visions, didn't you? Nod. Why take me? So that's how Nalbert and Ardbert met up. Just goes to show you that in times of crisis, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now let's see if I have this straight. Nalbert made it his life's mission to save Tainer here. Knowing his own energies wouldn't suffice, he went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. Deep in the mines that day, he found it. But in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone and his own cause to save the lives of the countless innocents who called the mountain home. And so did he take his first step down the path of a hero, a warrior of light. That's why he came back to this place, why he still summons the hollows as he did so many years ago. There can be no doubting it. Even now that he's become a Sin Eater, bereft of memory, reason, any sense of his own actions, the ghastly shell of what was once Nalbert still haunts the wasteland, searching for a way to bring back his old friend. I only knew him as a child. The whole idea of Sin Eaters and Warriors of Light was so new to me. Even as the pieces came together, I could not truly believe that Nalbert and this Phronesis were one and the same. But when our gazes first met standing out there in the wastes, in an instant, I knew it without question. This was my friend, a friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis so that my dear friend may finally find peace. All you gotta say is the word "dear friend," and I'll help you. I understand, Tainer. I understand. Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Sarek, if only for a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I can learn to close him up entirely. After all, we've already seen from you. I have no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally, some cause for hope, eh? But still, we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked his magic, our foe showed up faster than you can say Phronesis. While this might be simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that the casting of the spell itself summoned a Sin Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting any similar incantations until we've prepared the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies, hone your skills to whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Robin and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the Hollows, it'll come down to our firepower versus our foes. We must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. Nod. Oh, I wasn't fast enough. Damn it. Playing the game where, you look away when she looks at you, and you look away when she, but I messed it up. That look in your eyes. I can see you've gained much strength since last we met. You'll be pleased to hear that Tainer's managed to make steady progress in his training as well. The boy believes he's regained much of the knowledge and skill he possessed before getting sucked into that pocket of time and space. An admirable feat, considering that it was not long ago that he could scarcely remember his own name. Can't wait for Endwalker. Should be soon. Probably this weekend, I would guess. Or maybe Monday. Yet there's one aspect of his training that has yet to be addressed. Put simply, the boy lacks experience in battle. To work the magic necessary to seal up the hollows, I must maintain perfect focus and clarity of mind. If the battle with Phronesis is my first, I fear my concentration will be disrupted all too easily. And so I thought I'd take the boy out into the wilds, that he might acclimate himself to the battlefield and further hone his command of magic in the process. Yet we must keep a wide berth of Amarang. Were we to encounter Phronesis before we're fully prepared, the results could be disastrous. So I propose we go on an excursion of sorts. Would you be willing to accompany us? I believe there's much the boy could learn from your example. Excellent! Let's make for Lakeland. The beasts in the forest of the Lost Shepherd should provide a fair challenge for the lad. DSR stats back up when MDI finishes. The next couple of weeks I'll be doing keys with Scripe every now and then, and I'll be doing MSQ / Final Fantasy stuff in the meantime. And then we'll be doing DSR and Final Fantasy stuff, and then probably keys and Final Fantasy stuff, and then Savage will come out with Final Fantasy stuff, and at some point WoW's Alpha or Beta will come out, and I'll play that. We got lots of stuff to do. What's MDI? MDI is the Mythic Dungeon International. It is a dungeon completion competition in World of Warcraft. Nope, 5.1 is going to start as soon as I finish this role quest, and then whatever comes right after it. Yeah, it's a tournament. How fast can you do dungeons? The expansion won't be released. The alpha or beta is when they test the expansion, not when they release it. It's going to release in December, I guess. Probably right before the new year. Finished Shadowbringer in 3 days. I did the main Shadowbringer in 3 days. I bet that I can do all the patches in another 3. Hope there won't be an alpha or beta. I kind of hope so too. I think that Blizzard's success in doing the last 3 fights of the most recent tier without any PTR testing bodes well for their ability to do a complete, well-tested launch of the expansion. I think it'd be cool if they did. But I doubt it. They've always relied on public testing to find the thousands and thousands of bugs in the game. But I do think that'd be cool. There he is. Shall we get down to... Something the matter? How do you like my new clothes, Robin? Not only are they stylish, I can feel the power welling up from deep within me. They're a present from Sarek. Isn't he the best? You did Eden? I did the Eden fights, yes, but I have no idea who we were fighting or why. And I want to know why. It was a simple investment, nothing more. We must seize every possible advantage if we hope to triumph over our foe. But enough idle chit-chat. We have work to do. Robin, I'd ask you to begin by setting an example for the boy, showing him precisely how you conduct yourself in battle. We can't very well just toss him to the Wolverines all on his own, can we? So why don't you get out there and hunt one down for us? Tainer, watch carefully, let Robin show you how it's done. If new talent trees weren't tested, balancing would be a disaster. It doesn't have to be that way. There is a world in which they could do their testing internally and do a good job of it. I can imagine that world. Hi. You wanna attack me? You want me to attack you? Oh, I don't have a pet out. Man, those are bright lights. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. That was incredible. The sheer destructive power of your spells. The way you seamlessly weaved one incantation after the next. Everything. But tell me, what would you say is the most important thing a mage should keep in mind when doing battle with a fearsome foe? Just push buttons, bro. Just push buttons. But of course. Thank you, Robin. I will endeavor to put everything I've learned from you into practice. Here goes nothing. Sounds like he's getting beaten up. Stay still so I can hit you already. Steady now. Don't let the enemy fluster you. Keep your focus. Right. Focus. You're a feisty one, aren't you? Ow, that's smart. I've seen enough of this. It's going in. Well, room for improvement there, it sounds like. Oh dear. That didn't go nearly as well as I'd hoped. Don't get so down on yourself, lad. I shouldn't have jumped in the way I did. I dare say you were starting to get the hang of it there at the end. I thought it'd be simple enough task to follow Robin's lead, but when the savage creature stared me down, I was too flustered to put what I learned into practice. Indeed. It's not the strength of your magic that's the issue. You simply must learn to compose yourself. What did you think, Robin? Are there any other words of wisdom you might offer me? Practice. Mindful, reflective, self-critical practice will make you better at anything. I'm sure you're right. I can't allow my foe to break my concentration like this. Anyway, let me try again. This time I'll go better. I promise you. Let's go! The boy will be fine. I must stay my hand. Just boost? Boosting won't make you better at anything, but practice will. What boosting will do is make you skip all the boring stuff. I did it! The battle is won. Now that's how you wallop a Wolverine. Well done, lad. I'm proud I could be here for your first victory. You're far too kind. I couldn't have done it without you and Robin here to show me the way. You have my thanks. Nod. Don't let up now, boy. You must keep battling until all you've learned becomes second nature. Now, are you ready? Yes, Sarag claimed he didn't know how to be a father, but he's just being a good guy and doing a fine job. And to be honest, that is the bulk of it. You can be a decent father just by not being a jerk. Just by not being an asshole. Just by not being awful. Kids are resilient. They'll usually be fine as long as you don't do terrible things to them. That was more difficult than I expected. And yet, thanks to you and Sarag, I feel I can hold my own on the battlefield now. I'd have to agree. The way you made short work of that last critter, I'd say it's time to find you a more worthy foe. Let's return to Mortsuk and plot our next course of action. Alright. It's time. I like your boots. You've proven the perfect mentor for the boy, Robin. I dare say old Sarek here could learn a thing or two from you. You taught him not only how to wield his spells in battle, but how to maintain his focus in the face of danger. With those fundamentals under his belt, it's just a matter of time and practice until he's ready to face Phronesis. I promise you, my friends, I will not let you down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd best go down and write down all I've learned today while it's fresh in my memory. Such passion and determination. This must be the boy he always was, before his time beyond the rift stole from him his memories and his spirit. He devotes himself to his training, that he might help us fell Phronesis and bring his friend a measure of salvation. There's no telling what course the battle would take, but I suspect the Bill will be forced to confront his past head-on. It won't be easy for him, but I believe it's a necessary step for him in order to forge himself a new future. For Tainer's sake and the sake of those who call Almarang home, we must triumph in this battle. Not to mention for the sake of our coin purses, eh? At any rate, I'll leave you to your training and return to my own. The final confrontation is close at hand and we must be ready. Look who's back and looking more imposing than ever, I might add. You'll be pleased to know that Tainer's command of his magics has advanced by leaps and bounds since he left. Says he's finally convinced he can hold his own against Phronesis. Truth be told, I worry about the boy. As devoted as he is to his training, I can't help but notice a sad, uneasy look on his eyes from time to time. He insists with nothing, of course, but I remain unconvinced. As a fellow mage, perhaps you could succeed in reaching out to him where I failed. He should be around here somewhere. Go and find him. See if you can't offer him a few words of support, won't you? Alright. Let's do that. Sareg's a good dad. Doesn't mind sending other people to help his boy out. Offer other points of view. Other perspectives. Hello there, Robin. Is there something I can do for you? Sarek was worried about me, you say. That's kind of him. I assure you I'm completely fine. I owe so much to the both of you. You brought me back from beyond the rift, took me under your wing, trained me and comforted me to the point that my memories and my magic have both returned. I'm finally ready to face my old friend in battle, and it's all because of you. Yet there's a fear growing inside me, a fear that threatens to consume me. In my studies, I've learned much about the Sin Eaters. I learned how those who fall to the most powerful Sin Eaters, like Phronesis, become Sin Eaters themselves, doomed to live out their days as mindless, unholy abominations. If I were to lose my focus in battle and you or Sarek suffered the same fate as Nalbert, the only three friends I've known in this world, if I lost you all, how could I ever live with myself again? This thought, it shakes me to my very core. We're a team, buddy. It'll be fine. You're right. I mustn't forget that I have two strong friends by my side to help me shoulder the burden. Thank you, friend. The task is a daunting one, but I will trust in myself, and in the strong and gentle friends who stand by my side. Nod. Nothing would make me happier than to help Nalbert find peace, but that's not the only reason I fight this battle. I must repay you and Sarek for all you've given me. Not only did the two of you bring me back into this world, you've instilled me with a newfound sense of purpose. Yet when the battle is done, you will leave this place. You'll embark on new adventures with new companions. Worry not. I won't hold you back or stand in your way. That's another reason I must fight this battle. I have to prove to you, to all three of my friends, that I'm strong enough to get by on my own. Be strong, Tainer. You can do this. Sorry, maybe I got a little carried away there, but in any event, we should go tell Sarek I'm ready. Alright. It's time to put Phronosis to rest. The last of Ardbert's friends that we apparently worry about with these role quests. You're finally back, I see. I was starting to get worried. I trust this means you're ready to do battle with Phronesis. I am. Let's put an end to this nightmare and set Nalbert and the people of this land free. That's the spirit. So the plan is to lure Phronesis to us by the same method as last time. We'll venture into the central hills of Amber, a safe distance away from the city, and Tainer will summon forth the Hollow. It should only be a matter of time before our quarry arrives. I believe our chances are best if we can lure Phronesis to a wide open space, where we will have complete freedom to maneuver. The hills of Amber should suffice. If you're ready, let's go. Alright. We go. I don't know if I can go that way. I can go teleport here, though. Just fly? I'll just hop the whole way. That's kind of like flying. Jesus, that's so much damage. I'm ready. Let's begin. Over there. It's him. Quadrisect, be careful. Everyone in chat will put their hats on at you. 100 people told me to make them big. I knew you'd come. I guess we won't be needing this anymore. Give it up, Nalbert. My spells are more than a match for your own. These are my friends, and I won't let you take them. Do you hear me, Nalbert? Your long nightmare and ours shall end this day. Alright. Big damn! Except I forgot to push cooldowns. There's some big, bad things back there. I guess they're Tanner's problem. Look out! Here comes another one. Are we supposed to stack? I don't think we are. Normally triangles can stack, but those have circles around them. Kind of weird. My health is a little bit in trouble. That is definitely not a stack marker. Don't hit me! I was greedy. Steal the hollows faster, Tanner. We did it. I like Summoner. Feels good to be able to just run around and look at my awesome Phoenix flying around doing stuff. I like you. I like you too, Tansk. Let's put him to rest. Frolicking around, I know I can just run around wherever I want. It's nice. Forgive me, Tainer. Far and wide did I travel with my companions, all the while searching for a way, any way, to bring you back to the world. And yet in the end, it was all in vain. Though I treasured the adventures I had with Ardbert and the others, my choice that fateful day forever haunted me. What if I had run off with the stone and used its powers to rescue you as I had always intended? What adventures might we have shared? You would have always regretted those people dying. I sunk into the depths of despair and felt myself a wretch for doing so. For by what right do I pity myself, when it was I who consigned you to far more cruel and tragic a fate? Whatever pain, whatever loss I knew is nothing compared to what you suffered, what you still suffer. Abandoned by your only friend, cast adrift in a cold, dark void until the end of time. No doubt you're still out there beyond the rift, cursing my name this very day. No. I'm right here. Oh, that's not true, Nalbert. I'm right here. It's not pre-watch, just the natural thing to say. Even if you despise me with every fiber of your being, even still, I'd give anything to see you just one last time. You could curse me, revile me, rain fists and magics down upon me. It would all be worth it just for the chance to say, I'm sorry. Man is feeling really fucking guilty. Goddamn. Stop it, Nalbert. Please stop saying those things. Even after you had your mind, your heart, your very humanity ripped from you, still, for all these years you kept searching for me. How could I ever hate my best friend? Don't you see, old friend? It was Robin here who brought me back to this world, but it was you who guided him to me. You've suffered long enough, my friend. I can take care of myself now. You need worry about me no longer. So please, rest peacefully. Did it, my friends. We've given him his peace. It's over at last. You don't need to explain it to me. I know that the Nalbert we saw was just a memory, a reflection from the crystal my friend truly passed years and years ago. And yet even if those words will never reach Nalbert, simply saying them aloud gave me a measure of peace. I have no regrets today. But we should be getting back to town before any more sin eaters take notice of us, yes? I'll say, after that battle I could use a rest, and I reckon Robin here could as well. Let's go back to Mortsuk. That poor guy went his entire life fighting with Ardbert, looking for a way to save his friend, and then never did. Died regretting it. That's rough. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour. I'm happy to report that tales of our triumph are already spreading across town like wildfire. Word has it the merchants are so grateful they intend to sweeten the bounty with a generous personal reward. My friends, I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, Nilebert has found peace and I can finally close the book on this chapter of my past. Every day I thank the gods for having brought us together. The feeling's mutual, lad. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect when you popped out of that hole, but it's been a pleasure having you at our side. So tell me, now that you've made peace with your past, what do you plan to do with your future? You and Robin have trained me well, and I'm quite confident I can hold my own on the battlefield. Perhaps I'll travel the land, see if I might use my abilities to help those in need. If I didn't know better, I'd think those are the words of someone twice your age. If that's truly your intention, I have something of a plan. First, I'll need Robin's permission. But it's just a thought I had, but what say we give the lion's share of the bounty to Tainer here? I reckon he needs it more than we do, and besides, we couldn't have won without him. Yeah, I don't care. I knew you'd feel the same. It's the least we can do to help the boy forge a path and a future for himself. My friends, I could never take advantage of your kindness like that. Think nothing of it. It's not easy for a boy your age to make his way in the world, and this is the least we can do. Think of it as a parting gift from your brothers in arms. Thank you, Serg. Thank you, Robin. As long as I live, I'll never forget your generosity. Nod. Finally, I've one last proposal for you if you're keen to hear it. There's this bounty hunter I know. He can hold his own with a bow, but he's always thought he could take on bigger marks if he had a skilled mage at his side. If you're looking for a partner, that is. Serg, you could not possibly mean... Of course I'm saying it. So what'll it be? Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes! Wow, they're getting married. Nothing would make me happier in the whole wide world. I suppose it settles it. Welcome aboard, lad. I've got a feeling this is only the beginning of a rewarding relationship. Stop concerning me. He did the yes, yes, yes 1,000 times yes. That's like the cliched I do line. On that note, I believe my new partner and I are off to the Crystarium to find ourselves a new mark. If it's not too much to ask, why don't you join us there? I still owe you your share of the bounty, and I reckon it's a good place to say our proper farewells. He's a child, he's 100 years old. Also, I'm not doing it, Serg's doing it. How's your marriage with the King of the Fae? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I never see her. We never talk. It's actually an ideal marriage. Ah, Robin. Glad you could join us. Taylor and I just arrived a short while ago ourselves. The boy's keen on starting his new life as a bounty hunter, to say the least. He's got no end of questions, that one, but there's only so much I can teach him. The rest he'll have to learn from experience. Vriska, why would you do that to me? I intend to do what I can to show him the world and keep him safe. You're one of her many saplings. That's fine. Except that I'm the... Oh yeah, I'm the sapling, she's the branch. That's right. But I'm not a jealous man. Don't worry about us. Between my bow and his magics, I reckon we'll be able to hold our own out there. That said, should we ever find ourselves on the trail of a particularly nasty foe, I hope you wouldn't be adverse to lending us your strength once more. Somehow I have a feeling it won't take another 100 years for our paths to cross again. Until then, friends, stay sheltered in the shade. This is Roll Quest. This is Roll Quest Battle Fries, but I decided to put MSQ in my title to bait viewers in. Now you're trapped. Alright. Now, I believe that I was told some kind of additional quest unlocks after doing all the role quests. Which one? Is it a job well done? No, it's not. It's Shadow Walk With Me? Hey Thomas, glad you're enjoying the VODs, my friend. Leonard is overjoyed to welcome the conquering hero's return. Well, if it isn't the great hunter himself. Yes. As if you don't know, all 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Robin. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon. But never did I dare hope you might help rid us of these terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. Not mine, Glennard. When I first laid eyes on him, I had an inkling that he was the hero we'd been waiting to come along. Ha! Easy to claim after the fact. If you'll indulge me, though, I'd love to hear you tell how it all played out. Hunting the virtues. Nod, nod. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. And there I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. That's true. A lot of little details in these quests. For all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood. Can't say I understand it all, but it's a tragedy, it is. We should gather the others, toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers, and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well. I'll leave you to entertain him, but don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Robin, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. It is only right I repay you in kind. You got a story? With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues. The devil, more deserving of death than any that yet linger in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystal mean. I'll be waiting there until you do. Okay. There's a bad guy. The true villain. The villain behind the villain. But first, Robin, it's time to be what we were meant to be. We're back to our true calling of Dragoon, my friends. You came as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone, or a demon that you could let live, right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person, and that's just what you are. I can see that. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend, but before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now, you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has to do with any of this. Let me tell you then, I'm the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I'm the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. Come, we have many malms ahead of us still. To Calusia and the Codger's Crook. I'll go on ahead. Wait for you there. Who are you, and what are you to all of the cardinal virtues? We have some tips over here. Purchasing an item from the markets. Nice. Markets. Nice. Skipping. Yeah, I already know how to use the market. I search for the thing and buy the first one available. And then watch out of the corner of my eyes. You all scream about me buying the wrong one. You are accustomed to life on the road, I see. As am I. 30% difference in stats. You know, how much do you reckon that would have saved me if I'd bought the right one? How much time? 1 second? Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here's where it began, where Ardbert first met Lamet. Still young, lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making. Even the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though, after joining with their other dear companions Brandon and Rhonda Ray. One other, an elven woman, not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you're already asking the question, who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. After adding an Albert, there does seem to be one too many. But believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Silva. Though I doubt I need to convince you of this truth. When you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, didn't you? Yes. Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let's continue the story elsewhere, to Amarang in the Fields of Amber. Diella. Talking about Silva. She's hot. She kind of looks like Ysael. Her facial structure. It's not identical, but there's a resemblance. Have you guys noticed that? Kind of racist. It's not racist to say someone looks similar to someone. I'm not talking about her ears. I'm not talking about her height. I'm talking about her facial structure. Why are we rippling? You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Colusia. But what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale, and you will learn. Silva joined the others before they first met Nalbert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors. Time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Nalbert strode toward the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone. A stone brimming with untold ether that he'd sought out, so that he might harness its potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. So powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so, when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Nalbert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero. In that instant, a warrior of light was born. In life, Nalbert was a pragmatic figure, whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. But as Nalbert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Silver looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path toward becoming heroes, brave and true. His sacrifice sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not. All will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the city of swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery. She did have a really weird look on her face when Ardbert recruited him. There it is. Our daily dose. Why don't you fly over there? Because we'd get less lahi if I did. Persea. This place, too, is familiar to you, no? from days recent and long since past. After the events in Amarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges in pursuit of another that came to Raktika. While here, the hunter Rendore learned that the notorious Mark Balam Keats was near. And so, under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Nalbert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balam Keats had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balam Keats alone, and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Nalbert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve, she was chosen by Hydaelyn. From that day forward, Rhonda Ray swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was, that moment would define what she became in life and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer, Silva, looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. You know, you're kind of looking yet more satisfied yourself. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Liagia. More lovely nighttime music. Uber denied. Whoops. Nah, it's fine. I'll just run. I don't mind running. That was such a sad... He says meep when he falls too far. Uber charged the card anyway. That's fine. We got plenty of credit. It's all good. All of the night themes, I think, of this entire continent are really good. They're very similar. Trying to evoke the peace and sanctitude, I guess. I don't know, like quietude of nighttime in this land that was overwhelmed by light. Everything is okay, guys. Night is here. As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too. Wouldn't you agree? With the death of Balam Keats, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knight had no choice but to put down before the contagion spread. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Saldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his companions, he did just that. Tadric the court mage was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Saldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest, he raised up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom, strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke, he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simple moralities. But I would expect no less of the man who became Dickie. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it wasn't yet finished. To Calusia they returned, and so must we. Tamra and the next chapter of our tale await. The best one. I think in conclusion that I like the healer's story the best. Tank second, caster third. Yep, we just made a tier list team. First one ever. Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. What was last? I only remember 3 stories that mattered. I ranked all 3 of them. They pressed deeper into the depths of Arctica toward ancient Ronka. 'Twas there that the dwarf Lamet came to a crossroads, for in reclaiming the magic she desperately desired, she'd be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world, that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick. For this, she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice. It would pain her terribly, in ways only a dwarf could understand. And Hydaelyn, it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged. A healer that knew more than any the value of a life, and would do anything to see it preserved even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Very soon then. Very soon. For Ardbart and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design. Threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers. The Shadowkeeper. A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrant to an unknown ends. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Robin, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead. Wait for me at Laxenloft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. The villain is you. Are you an Ascian? I did do Wang Triad, yes. Kill her in case? Oh, I will. How does she know all of this? Why did she orchestrate the entire thing? Her guilt is obvious. Her fate is preordained. Yardage. Yeah. Do I need to fly for this? Luckily we've unlocked flying. Thank you very, very much, Priscilla. Hi. The worst possible time to have a memory. Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal, I know, right? It was you all along. Damn you, Silva. We were comrades in arms. Friends. That we were. And that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadow Keeper! What in hells was this for? For you. For every one of you. To forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage, consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. A mournful hunter, scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his art in justice's name. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. And a troubled healer torn between tradition and love. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle would this world be shattered and its souls saved. Silva. Guys, I'm not gonna scream. Can't do it. I can't do it. I'm just not a screamer. Except when I'm scared. And then I scream like a little girl. Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see. If not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Silva, but my real name, it doesn't matter. Whoa, McBurdo. Don't tempt me. Like you, I'm not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. They did to you what they did to Ardbert? The boy, you Nikolai, I've glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians, and so that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of the worlds. I remember him. We first met him in Minfilia's office. He wore a mask. He orchestrated the Imperial attack. Kryl was extremely suspicious of him. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians, and that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of the worlds. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. But there was a solution. A single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume the shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Ascians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them until finally, once they were warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining and the source for a calamity. The Ascians, who called themselves Mitron and Logrif, were confident it would succeed, and indeed, Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy. He chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Logrif and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as we all fell to ruin, denied death, then and now, and perhaps ever after as a fragment of my essence endures. But then one day, years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can only assume the Ascians planted the idea in Vothri's head. They were his creations after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with blackest sin, and I will not pretend that it can ever be otherwise. But this act I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, surely others would cross the rift in due time. So I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Saela. As her, take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join the hunters' quests and together unmake Vothri's simulacra and lay their souls to rest one more. And so you did, Robin. The virtues are no more. But the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. When you look at me that way, you remind me of Ardbert. He never did let me take the easy way out. I'm guessing suicide is out of the question too. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live? Knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought, the wardens pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. I would have done ... again if I could. I should have expected a hero would say something like that. How does one seek atonement? 'Tis an undiscovered country with no charts or stars to guide. How will I know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrade's legacy, in helping others understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glennard while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. We are good friends, lady. Maybe you and I as well. You thinking about? Gathian's told her. Provoke a flood, but hold it in abeyance. They didn't want the rejoining right then. I suppose they needed to arrange the calamity on the other shard, on the source. They wanted it lined up. They want an actual rejoining, not a dead shard, useless to everyone like the 13th Void Shard is. Yeah, I know I haven't explained it. I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength, and fighting, any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Chat, behave yourselves. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance. She can be flat on her back without admitting anything other than that she was knocked down during training. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Alright, we have done the role quests. It's time to continue the MSQ now. Thoughts on the role quests? Pretty cool to have a lot of old history about Ardbert's group and what was going on, because it was a big part of the MSQ. I think he wants me to come sit there. Alright, so next I should start 5.1, right? Have you done the 80 Dragoon quest? I don't know. .1 continues in Revenant's Toll. Probably down here. Robin, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet the helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his phone. I hope he's okay. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and the Empire has shown no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First. Hey Voff, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate the support. Great. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamen to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. Oh. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. And... terrace. Oh, Flamen. I'm sorry. Robin, it's been too long. Totaro did mention that I'd be joining you, didn't she? Nod. Thank you. Words cannot express how I've longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Totaro should be arriving shortly. She's been without closure for a very long time as well. So Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl, who Thancred named Reen. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Robin, might I ask a favor of you when you next return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her thank you. I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Hey, what's going on, Real? Real, I hoped you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish, and I have not heard a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while since now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. What should they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking my way through Gimlet now the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now, I'd best be... Ah, I nearly forgot. Kryl's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. Real is the one that first clued us into the fact that shady things were happening with the Crystal Graves. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. Yep, I'm gonna do this. It seems she's still examining them. I do hope it's nothing bad. We need to get their souls back in their bodies.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them.
Depending on how long they've been affected.
Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
It does make sense.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
They die, girl.
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight, And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Yep.
Thank you.
We should probably get the help of the person who yoinked their souls out of their bodies
But
first.
where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
We asked Graha.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Not even his death. He's like...
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
Just kill Graha? No casting Graha into the void.
His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch.
I agree.
Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Alright. Game volume too low. Someone earlier asked me to turn it down. There's no winning with you guys sometimes. Let's head back to the ocular and see what Graha has to say. Hey, January. Did you like the role quests? They were decent, I would say. Some of them were better than others. They gave me some interesting story about Ardbert and his band of heroes past. What about the final one? It was very expositive, right? Summarizing that which we had just done, since I just did all of them right then. And then her explaining for a long time what happened. Coming from the Void 13. It was interesting. But not, like, amazing. Robin, you are returned. I hope your time in the Source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods. The possibility never even occurred to me. If you've returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. It is but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. They cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. You mean the souls whose lives are in jeopardy? That's 3 of you. Look at that double door entrance, Ouyanger. What a badass.
Pray excuse my
Thancred's
late arrival.
still with Reen.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Yep. Go home.
Perhaps
don't
an
die.
explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
Is there a best healer in Final Fantasy? Yes. Me.
I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
I agree, Graha. It's not time to die.
And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
I'm in the class? In that case the answer is no.
Oh! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Oh, holy moly.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Sounds crazy.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be weird. Just
Milady
believe it
has
hard
the
enough.
right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask, even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
Fancy.
White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
You just called the Ascians fat. Soul-wise.
We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
There's room for all of us in this. Your soul is so fat that its house could transport all of us. Let's go.
Preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain new Mo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
I'm confused. You said it's source. The lake is named the source. Well, that's pretty stupid.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Alright, I'm unconfused.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Of course they would. I'm the consort to their king.
Your way, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Which I believe makes me a queen. Yes, Robin. Indeed. The Grand Cosmos. The palace we seek stands on the opposite shore of the lake. I'll arrange for a boat to carry us there. While you go there, I'll stay here to make White Aura sight. It's hard. Nod. Alright, Uranger. I asked the rest of you to meet me in Sullen. Do be prepared for a warm reception. Read properly? I did! I translated it to English. Say thank you. Alright, we're heading really far south again. I remember that. There should be a teleport there or something. You mean American? True. Verily mine thanks. Indeed. Now, whilst thou hies thyself thither, might I prevailest upon thee for an Uber? Thank you very much. Man, flying is so convenient. Just go over the mountains instead of around it. I don't understand why they don't give me flying. guy can't fly. Of course I can. I'm doing it right now. I just got some XP. Thank you for the exploration. It's kind of bugging me over here. It's experience bar. It's like cut off. There we go. Wow, that was perfect, Briseia. Thank you. Oh wow, Miu's there fishing. I just noticed. The music just kicked on. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host familiars, and I expect their reception today to be no different. Which is why I propose you march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but aren't we here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge. And there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Alright, let's go. Indeed. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you rather than pacing about inside this crystal tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Robin is around. What is with everyone calling out Alice and Graha these days? What exactly are you implying? He averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. It is only natural that we're pleased to see him. Yes, well, you'll have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we've finished here. Of course. Let's proceed to the palace. The Grand Cosmos, now accessible. Grand Cosmos? Oh shit. Is it a dungeon? It is a dungeon. Well, we have a group right here. Why can't I? Oh, you're already in the group. Miu, did you want to come? Looks like it. I watched you change gear. Long ago, on the far shore of the Source, a great palace was built by the elves. The Grand Cosmos, an edifice of such magnitude it was said to inspire envy in both the heavens for which it was named and the flowers that pervade its boundless gardens. As with so many wonders of the world that once was, its radiance quickly faded in the wake of the flood, its halls falling silent, the thrones sitting empty. That is, until the palace was given new purpose when a mage claimed it as their sanctuary, their only company being solace, solitude, and the legion of familiars barring entrance to any foolish enough to seek an audience. Alright, let's go find out what we can find out from this mage. You watched the lady change clothes. More like the lady changed clothes in front of me. If anyone should be offended, it's me. And I'm not. Therefore, no one's offended. Whoa. You look super tentacly. Let's go, my friends. Should you value your lives, you'll leave now. Monsters! Are we pulling more? We're pulling more. Big monsters! I like that they have Master Mertolia's working rooms. First thing I would do if I were a mage capable of animating familiars is animate the cleaning. What are your thoughts on positionals? I don't think I have any thoughts about positionals. They seem fine to me. A minor potency gain if I do something, you know, kind of good. Whoa, there's a broom hitting me. What the fuck? What? What are these brooms? They went in a circle and then maybe in a straight line to the edge, maybe? I'm really not sure how they acted. Coming in. Sweep. And then, oh my god, what the fuck? I hate them. A circle and then out. You don't loot? What is there to loot? This game doesn't have looting? Come, little ones. Some grass. They're picking up seeds. Now what? Drop it? Holy shit. That timing! I'm popping my buffs at the same time as Bahamut coming out. Ideal. Alright, seeds, not on grass. Do we want it? Wait, oh, it's gonna blow. It's gonna blow onto the grass. Easy. Wings of dreams to grind their bones. I really am gonna have to spend a couple hours sorting out my inventory. Especially if I'm gonna play multiple roles, I can't just randomly delete things like I've been doing. da-da-dum. Oh, hi. You're on a horse. Lord, pull the will. Man, my cooldowns are all kinds of fucked right now. Is he healing? This one also went up in health. I'm just gonna let things reset. Equip bits for each job. Move those pieces to the bottom of armor sets. Move every other piece out of your inventory. Yeah. That sounds like it would work. Sounds like it would take a long time, too. Yeah, Tree Sentinel. I went there on a level 1 character and fought it until I beat it a few months back. Took a couple of hours. Lugus. Who is Lugus? Insatiable flame. Lugus. I don't really care. Might be good. This stuff has hitboxes. Right. After he turned around, sneaky little fuck. Gonna burn the table instead of myself. Yep. Blue. Ow. Enveloped by flames will not be quenched until they've burnt something to ash. Can I burn you? Nope. Ah! Well, maybe it could work. You gonna do another cleave at that guy? Yep. Oh. Can't stand in that. Can I die one more time? So you wait until you get the blue and then you burn the stuff. Alright. Third attempt. How was I supposed to know that all those would blow up? Come on. There's gotta be a better way of doing this. I feel like we could probably just stand super closer together and he would bounce between the four of us, staying in melee range, always aiming outward. And then I could DPS. That was a really cool boss for a dungeon, actually. That's an insanely cool boss for a dungeon. Thank you, friends.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Why are you all tentacled, though? Oh, you're not. You're a little doggy fairy, just like we had said originally.
Becklogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years.
Becklogue.
And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Why are people so mean to the doggy fairies?
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
Actually feels really evil when she says it like that. Something about the way that she is, the way her people are created, makes them susceptible to a form of external control, and she seeks to explicitly avoid that. And we chase her down and do it some more. That feels really mean, cruel.
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Oh my god, Alfie. This is not good. We are being very bad people right now. Oh, she mad.
if you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
We do know.
You know of the plague?
Yeah.
Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
Dead if we do, dead if we don't. We take the one with hope.
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Nod.
Commensurate with your contribution
See?
to our cause. No more and no less, I promise.
Robin didn't use any mind control coercive words, and she still agreed with Robin. Have we not tried saying please?
With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Robin used his looks. That's true. That's a life hack. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with him. I've ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the new moon with us. Had he not, Beklug wouldn't even be here. You didn't even try, Alfie! You didn't even try. I'm disappointed in us. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now enter the Grand Cosmos with NPCs. Not that I ever would. We mustn't dally here any longer, Robin. If Beklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you, of all people, should be present. Why not? Why would I? Titles? I don't care about titles. Why don't you want to hang out with your friends? You guys are my friends. These guys are video game characters.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing?
Yes.
But that you hail from another world as well?
Mm-hmm.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true.
There's nothing more convincing than telling someone a story and then saying, yes, indeed, it was true. Oh, well now I believe.
I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
Hey now, I'm just big soul-boned.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism,
American
the skies
soul.
over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of VOD and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
I do agree.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself.
Og.
As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Alright, what do you need in order to send my friends' souls home to their bodies? You've spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Our thought ended with fetching you. We also had that idea of putting them in a box and Robin carrying the box. White Arsite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there's no telling what may happen to their souls within the Arsite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. That sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would be separated from these false bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which would be rectified upon your return home. Sounds dangerous. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the Inn of Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you can help them? I might, or I might not, but I won't know until I've seen them. I would be glad to take you to them on the understanding you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in men I lost, not my compassion. I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite parasite. Man, I have to go to the euthanasia clinic for a third time? But maybe this time she can help them. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beklug as necessary? Let's go to Amarang again. Visit the euthanasia clinic again. Put down some more children. We never did that. We bought the tangerine. Nectarine. But as far as I know, they never even gave the nectarine to the kid, constantly holding it until the day they had to kill him. And then they never did. So now he's -1 nectarine. I still think we should have given it to him right away. This is Halric, is it? His etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Toward stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. You'll become a Sin Eater. Hey, Katie. I'm not saying kill the kid. I'm saying he can have a nectarine even if he's not dying from it. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... he's mostly unresponsive. Perhaps there's yet hope. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert. And then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Treat the patients with the tonic. Which says, this potent tonic invented by Beklug during the time of Vobert is said to revitalize the soul. I can't read it anymore. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? Revitalize the soul, both figuratively and literally. Wow, question, wondering if you know what class does the single highest damage physical attack? No, I have no idea. I'm afraid I have no idea. The tonic had no effect on Todd. It's vodka? Vodka is not revitalizing. It's a depressant. They said in WoW, my friends. Why are you talking about dancers? They said in WoW. I feel warm, and my legs don't feel as heavy. Touch of death, but I don't think that you would count that. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function in most of the patients, at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man? A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. There must be something we can do. Guys, come on. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. Are we saving the boy? I'm down to save the boy. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the royal court of Vobert, and soulcraft was my field of study. I like that every visit is rainbows and happiness. Yeah, love the euthanasia clinic. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. I know that only too well. Alas, the knowledge we require is steeped in such bitter memories. But let's return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the skies still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility, but now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether-revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured, or spells invoked, I'll do it. Robin heartily agrees. Anything Alisay doesn't understand, Robin won't understand either. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters, the finest of clays, and a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'd be willing to help us. Let's go! Fine, we'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed that you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. While you're about it, seek out the new Moo of Pliny. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? Alright, the twins are going to run off and do a fetch quest for me. There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? We need some very good clay. Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? I'll try to remember Texel. I forgot what she said. Ah, yes. They'll be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I'll see if there's anything else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Alright, let's go get some super clay from Magnus.